a.m. this morning, and the solar system that is an alternative has just not been working. So I do have some battery power, and I found some alternative ways of getting us through, but both my laptops will probably last maybe an hour or two. So I just need you to be warned. If electricity doesn't come on, we might need to adjourn, but the problem is being sorted.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Melanie.
Please call the matter.
I'm a matter appearing before Judge Siwendo of Civil Trial Matter. Case number it's 42728 of 2010. The parties are Living Hands Pty Limited versus Old Mutual Unit Trust Managers.
Thank you, Mr. Epstein.
Thank you, Milady. Our next witness is Mr. Johan de Jong, and he is in the witness room.
Yes. Yes, thank you. And you can switch off camera number 2. Mr. de Jong?
Sorry. Number 2. This one?
Right.
Okay.
Perfect. Mr. de Jong, will you state your full names for the record, please?
My name is Johannes Petrus Nicolaas de Jong.
Yes. And do you have any objection in taking the oath?
My lady, not. No.
Yes. So will you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, nothing but the truth? Lift up your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Right. Thank you. Your witness, Mr. Epstein.
Thank you, Milady. Mr. de Jong, you were employed for some time at, before I proceed, there's a protocol associated with the virtual hearing, Mr. de Jong. Was that explained to you?
Sorry, Mr. Epstein, you break up there. Can you just repeat that again?
There is a protocol associated with a virtual hearing. Was the protocol explained to you?
Yeah, that's correct, Mr. Epstein.
It was read by you?
Yep, that was good.
Okay, and you'll comply with it, yes?
Yes, I comply with that.
You were employed for some time by Fidentia, but prior to that, you were employed at Boerland Bank. Is that correct?
That's correct.
For how long were you at Boerland Bank?
For about 9 years.
And when did you leave them?
In about 1999, I left Boerland Bank.
Right. Where were you at university?
University of Stellenbosch.
And what degrees did you do there?
First, I did an MBA, then a diploma in education, and then MBA, master's degree in business.
You said you first did an MBA. You first did what? What was your first degree?
BSc.
Yes, and followed by?
Diploma. I think it's not relevant anymore. And the next degree was MBA.
Also
at Stellenbosch, yes.
Yes. What did you do at Boerland Bank? What was your function?
I was a trader in the capital markets / money markets. So, yes, and mainly at that point in time, the main instruments were the R150, which is a government issue bond, and the E168, which was the ESCOM issue. Those were the two main bonds that I traded for the bank and for clients.
Right. When you left Boerland Bank, what did you do?
Then I went on to my own trading currencies, indices all over the world, the JSE and the New York industry for a couple of years.
Right. Then you joined Fidentia in 2003, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
How did it come about that you joined Fidentia?
My neighbor in Paul, I stay in Paul, at that point in time was Mr. Louis Kuhn, and he was already involved with Fidentia at that point in time. And he approached me and said if I want to have an interview with Mr. Brown, which I accepted.
Who was Mr. Brown? Did you know him?
Not at all, but from a bar. Say.
Did you know of him?
No, don't know of him, don't know of Fidentia. At that point in time, it was all just names to me.
Had you heard about Fidentia?
Not up to, no, not before that.
Okay, then you went and you met with Mr. Brown and he offered you a job.
That's correct, yes.
Yes. How long did you, what did he offer you a position?
I think my later appointment will show exactly what, but from my best of memory, it was a trader.
And did he offer you a good salary?
Yes, he offered me a very good salary because I was in a position, not in a desperate position. I asked for a very big salary, and he almost met my salary. I think he offered me 100 or 200 rand a month less than what I've asked for.
Well, let's just cut to the chase. You were earning, he was going to pay you about 20,000 rand.
Yeah, if I remember, in excess of, I've got 22,000 rand about in my head, so per month, yes.
And you finally left in, was it 2006? When did you leave?
Well, I first resigned in October 2015, and then he persuaded me to stay on under certain circumstances. Don't know when he would talk about that. I've asked for financial statements, and he said that he will produce financial statements. In that case, I'll stay on until the end 28th of February 2006.
And then you left then in February.
Yeah, actually, beginning of February, I took him a letter of resignation because as from January, I saw that he's not going to meet my demands of financial statements. I went to a very reputable labor lawyer, and I told him my story, and he wrote me a letter of resignation, which I took to Mr. Brown, I think the first week, about early in February, with date of resignation end of February, but I left the same day.
How much were you earning at the time you left?
That was the last 6 months, since October, when I went to him and I said, I'm leaving. He almost doubled my salary. So for the last 6 months, I was earning a salary of about 180,000 rand per month.
Right. What functions did you perform at Fidentia?
At first, I reported to Mr. Rudy Bum, who was head of the investments, and after a while, Mr. Bum left, and I sort of took over his position. But it's my nearing was an asset manager in the financial trading instruments in the financial market, but unfortunately, you need to have money for this, and there was not any money available to trade instruments. So it was extremely frustrated. So I did mainly research because I'm a trader in essence. So in order to keep up with the economic trends and sort of keep up to date with what's happening in the world of financial markets.
Is that what you did on a daily basis?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Did you add any value?
It's difficult to say if I add any value. So I doubt it because research is you can only measure research if there is an output. There was no output. So although I did my best in keeping up with the financial trends, I doubt whether I added a lot of value to the company.
Okay, now let me take you to a document at 009240. It'll be put up on the screen. You'll have to follow, you'll have to press presenter.
Okay, no, it's...
And then follow presenter. And then you'll see Van der Walt.
Okay, now I'm still on the video page.
No, you must go to the other screen.
Now I'm according to the guy, I need to be on the right-hand screen. I'm on the right-hand screen with this mouse, but there's not an option for presenting. Just ask assistance, please.
Okay, he's coming through. We just found him a lady to come through.
Thank you. Thank you. There's my lady, I've got that, yes.
We don't want to share it. Just a moment, please.
Who's sharing? Don't present the screen. Don't share the content. Just supposed to hit the tab in case lines that says present and then follow present.
In a separate
In the separate screen, not on the same.
This need to be different from this one.
Stop sharing. Yeah, just click stop sharing as well. Now on
Each documents over here.
once you've got the present option, the toolbar. Present. Follow present. You should see phrases there.
Yeah. Okay, so am I sharing the screen or the window?
You're not sharing anything. You're just in the case lines when you're clicking present. Follow present. Not sharing.
Are we getting there?
Apologize, my lady. We've got a technician with us here and somebody with Mr. De Jong, and they're communicating at the moment. We thought that we had this arranged.
Yes. I mean, the other alternative is to show Mr. De Jong how to find documents whilst they are trying to work out the presenter. So, Mr. De Jong, can you see on your screen at the top where case lines is? Can you see that there's the home button? Please unmute so that I can understand that you see that. Can you see the, unmute yourself, please? Right. Can you see next to the home button, it says find at the top?
Find, yes, I've got find.
Just press find.
Yes, I've got that, man.
And then right at the end, there's a square that says find page. Right.
That's
And
my
go there and just type 009-240.
Milady, I think that if we do it this way, then the evidence is going to take quite long. If we can just have a moment, I think with the technician, I think he misunderstood the technician. Apparently, he now understands what he needs to do.
I see. All right. That's fine. Because I was just trying to get us moving whilst the technician works it out. Okay. I'm going to run out of battery power. That's my main concern. Yes.
You get that, Ivan? So just hit follow presenter and it chooses phrases.
No. Take this way, sure. Can't see the document.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Is it now there?
I can see page 1. Yes. Thank you, sir.
Lawrence Andy. Okay. You have a grey tube at the top. Left-hand side is not with how you there.
We've got somebody guiding them right now, my lady. I'm sorry about this. We thought
Yes.
that.
Yes, sir.
Then find, then view, then present.
Yes.
Click present. Then below in the sub menu, there's a follow present. Click. It's not available present. It's your up.
Yes, I'm stopping the presentation. Okay, follow presenter.
Okay. You see on the right.
No, there are no presenters available. It's not.
Go out. Okay. Okay. It's just going out and in so that it syncs. Go out and back. It's not sync. The one is in sync.
No, it's not picking up. The lady may suggest that we adjourn for a few minutes. It's really going to be much quicker if we can do it this way, if we can get it done the way we've been doing it the last couple of days, where Mr. van der Vat can put it up. I apologize, but can we just take a short adjournment while we sort this out?
Very well, an adjournment for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lady.
Okay, so you meet every day. Okay.
Yes, we're ready to proceed now.
Is Mr. Baum with us?
I'm here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Apologies, my lady. We understand it was a problem with case line. So we're now going, Mr. de Jong, to 009240. I'm sorry, my lady, before he proceeds, can I inquire, just in case we have this problem again? There's a technician with Mr. de Jong from PSI Services. Can he stay there in the room in case there's a problem?
Yes, he must be available to assist.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. 009240. You see that document, Mr. de Jong?
Yes, I can see.
It's a document from Financial Services Board, and it is dated 10 November 2003. It's addressed to you, Fidentia Asset Management. We know that as FAM, and it says at the top, transfer of currency investment manager approval in terms of the Stock Exchange Control Act and or Financial Markets Control Act to the Financial Advisory and Intermediary Services Act. And if you just scroll on to page 248, there's a letter from Fidentia Asset Management written by Mr. Tucker to the Financial Services Board. We refer to the above and enclosure with the duly completed application forms and annexes together with proof of payment of the applicable fees. At page 250, you will see that on the application form, you at 1.5, your name is given and your details as the contact person. You see that?
Yes, I can see.
And then finally at 953, at 353, 009353, the application form is signed by Mr. Maddock. Correct?
Yes, I see that. Yes.
So, are you aware of this document and that this was the application made at the time?
So to be quite frank, those sort of administration issues and the issues around the licensing and the FSB, they were all handled by Mr. Maddock. So I was not involved in this sort of, because my knowledge of application for asset management license is extremely limited. I haven't done it before, and Mr. Maddock was the person that did all these sort of these things.
But who was the responsible person under the license? Was that you?
Yes, according to this document, I was the responsible person. But at that point in time, I don't think I was appointed as yet. So Mr. Maddock handled all this administration duties.
Okay. Now we know that in October 2004, Fidentia Holdings bought the shares in Matco. Correct.
Yes, sir.
Were you involved were you involved in the negotiations for the sale of the shares to Fidentia Holdings?
Not at all, sir. No, I was. It was Mr. Brown and Mr. Brown and Mr. Brown only on the Fidentia side, and if I remember correctly, Mr. Gover on that side. So those were the two people that negotiated. None of us or even my co-employees were aware of the negotiations. Okay.
Now we're going to lead up to a meeting which was held, which its common cause was held on the 15th of October with Mr. Cronje, Old Mutual. But before we get there, let me just tell the ladyship about some of the people who were there. Just what was Mr. Maddock's role?
Sorry, sir, I missed that. Who was Mr. Maddock?
Maddock's role, yes.
Mr. Maddock was the financial director of the company.
And Mr. Linda?
He was the managing director of Fidentia.
Mr. de Kock?
I'm not sure about his job description, so honestly I can't remember what his role was. He was, as far as I'm concerned, not very senior.
Okay, and Mr. Tucker?
He was the guy involved with all the legal stuff. In other words, all the legal documentation will be Mr. Tucker's responsibility.
Okay, and Mr. Brown, what role did he play?
No, he was pivotal. He was absolutely 100% in control of everything. Not one of us, including myself, would be able to make a decision, even to write a letter with the Fidentia letterhead. You wouldn't dare doing it. So he was 110% in control of everything.
Did you have any authority there to make decisions?
Not at all, sir. That's what mainly led to my resignation, because I had all the fiduciary duties and responsibilities as director of companies, and I didn't have any authority whatsoever.
Let's move on to the 15th of October, and I'll take you there. Can you go to POC 12, it's 001189. Is it in front of you, Mr. Dion?
Yes, I've got a letter dating 15 October 2004.
Yes, you'll see that that is a letter written by Mr. Andries Cronje to Jeff. Who was Jeff?
I suppose that was Mr. Gover.
Yes, and he was one of the directors of Matco before the sale was completed.
I would take that is accurate, sir, yes, because he was the main negotiator or the only contact person on that side, I think.
Okay. Now, he writes here, he says, we referred to our telephone conversation earlier today and confirmed the following. We were approached by three gentlemen, Steve de Kock, Johan de Jong, and Johan Linder from Fidentia Asset Management, who handed us a letter suggesting Fidentia's appointment as portfolio manager. The letter he's referring to, Mr. de Jong, I'll just give you the context and then I'll ask you a question or questions. The letter is referring to when he says that we were handed a letter suggesting Fidentia's appointment as portfolio manager is at 001184. You see that at 185, it's signed by Gover, outgoing director, Ltd Asset Manager, Brown, incoming director, Ltd Asset Management, and Mr. Malund, representative trustee of the Matco Trust. You see that?
Yes, I've got that in front of me.
And it says at the first line, we hereby confirm your appointment by the company as portfolio manager with immediate effect. Correct? You see that?
Yeah, I can see that, yes.
So this is a Matco and a Matco letterhead appointing FAM as the portfolio manager. So if we go back, please, to 189, he says at paragraph 2, we were not fully satisfied with the validity, scope, and intended impact of the letter based on the following reasons. And then he gives 4 reasons. The manner in which the letter was signed created uncertainty as we were not informed of management changes in the company. It was also not dated. B, we feel that the instructions were vague and unclear and open to possible interpretation. And C, coupled with the letter was addressed to Fidentia, an unknown third party, not to Omit. D, when contacted this morning on the potential repurchase, you're also not able to confirm such repurchase. And then it says, we were also presented with an instruction from Fidentia instructing us to liquidate 150 million rand and transfer to their bank account. Please note that no mention is made of the specific fund from which the withdrawal should be effected. Now we can read the rest of the letter later, but he then says, at 3, we were also presented with an instruction from Fidentia instructing us to liquidate 150 million rand. The letter is referring to Mr. Young is at POC 11. If you go to 001188. And it's from Fidentia Asset Management. It's also dated 15 October, so it's the same date. So just to get this right, Mr. Cronje writes to Mr. Gove on the 15th of October. He says, we were approached by 3 gentlemen who were handed the letters. The one is undated, but this one is dated at 188, and it says it's addressed Old Mutual Unit Trusts. We hereby instruct you to liquidate 150 million rand of Matco assets with immediate effect and transfer such proceeds to the following account, and then the fund account is given. And it's signed by you. You see that?
Yes.
Your signature? Is that your signature?
Yes, that's my signature, yes.
Could you please tell the ladyship how it came about that you made this visit and what the purpose was of the visit?
Milady, just in short, I've explained it multiple times, but yes, I signed that letter. That is my signature. But as I've said before, and I've also testified in front of the liquidators that Fidentia was renowned for fabricating documents. A lot of documents is not worth the wording that is on there. In these circumstances, I did not have the knowledge to write such a letter. Not nearly.
But
So the context.
Ladyship, why did you go there? Before you get to why did you go there with this letter, and what happened?
Okay, I was in my office, and Mr. Linde, he was the managing director. He came to my office with an envelope in his hand, and he said to me in Afrikaans, "Kom jy saam," which means, "Are you coming with?" And I said to him, "Okay, where are we going? Waarheen gaan ons? Where are we going?" And he said, "Okay, to do what?" He said, "No, to kom net saam." So I thought it's a bit strange because at that point in time I was with Fidentia for a year and a half already, and never ever we went to clients to see somebody to market anything. So it was strange, and I thought, okay, let's go. I will go with it. It's sort of a joyride. And the two of us left, and along the passage, Mr. Steve de Kock, he joined us as well. And I, if I can remember correctly, same sort of conversation happened with Mr. de Kock, where Mr. Linde would ask him, "Kom jy saam?" And the 3 of us went. So I think Mr. Linde just wanted to have company, first of all, and some substance. There is actually a company called Fidentia. So the reason why myself and Mr. de Kock ended up there is just bad luck, honestly. You could have taken anybody. The garden boy could have taken. But that was Mr. Brown's strategy. A case like this, he would never go himself. He would always pick some people and ask some people to go on his behalf. And the 3 of us went. If you remember correctly, it was the head office in Pinelands somewhere, I think. And there we were met by Mr. Cronje and I think at least one other gentleman. And I met Mr. Cronje there, and we soon realized that we were in the same residence many years ago in Stellenbosch by the name of Simonsberg. And we chatted about were in Simonsberg, and then Mr. Linde handed the letter to Mr. Cronje or to the person with him.
Who went
Sorry, I missed that.
Which letter did he hand? Which letter did Mr. Linde hand to Mr. Cronje?
I would think this letter on the screen right now.
The one that's to pay the 150 million rand at 188.
I would be pretty sure that was the letter. I did not see the letter beforehand. I only realized on our way back that it was a letter of demand of some sort when we chatted in the car on our way back to our offices.
Just stop for a moment. When did you sign this letter? It's dated 15 October.
Yeah, as I've said, in my mind, and I'm not 100% sure, but in my mind, that was not the 15th of October. If it were the 15th of October, then I would have made the connection between the letter in Mr. Linde's hand and this letter. And I did not make it up immediately.
But you don't doubt that you signed this?
Sorry, I missed that.
You do not doubt that you signed this letter?
No, I signed this. It's my signature. No doubt about that. But the date, I've got in my mind that it was signed a couple of days prior to the visit to Mutual. So as I've said, Mr. Brown's, you can juggle around with documents like you haven't seen. So this is.
What happened at the meeting? What was discussed at the meeting with Mr. Cronje?
As I've said, the majority of the meeting was discussed between myself and Mr. Cronje about Simonsberg and all the stuff that happened there. Because I was not in the know of what's the content of the letter, so it's not of my concern to discuss the content of the letter because I don't know what's in there. And the letter was given to Mr. Cronje and his fellow employee, and he was extremely politeful, I must say. Mr. Cronje was extremely politeful because like old friends getting together. And he went back with a letter, obviously to the legal department or to the people that need to make a decision on the content of the letter. And he often came back to the waiting room where we were sitting, and he was apologizing for not bringing back any relevant information. As I've said, he was extremely polite. After a while, I don't know what was the discussion. After a while, we came back to the office. He probably said that he will contact us later, something in that vein.
Go back. Sorry, you finished, Mr. Dion?
Yeah, and then we went back to the office.
Okay, go to the letter at 188. It's signed by you. It's addressed to Old Mutual, and you're asking them to liquidate 150 million rand to Fidentia Asset Management Trust account. So please explain to Ladyship why you give this instruction.
As I've explained, this letter, the content of this letter was definitely written by I would say Mr. Brown or Mr. Maddock, but my best guess will be Mr. Brown. And then Mr. Maddock will bring documents like this to me, and then I will sign. So this is nothing new. There was a couple of other documents prior to this related to other deals that Mr. Brown was involved with that I also signed. So I did not think for one reason that why will this letter have any substance if all the other letters, all the 20, 30, 40 letters that I've already signed did not have any substance, because Mr. Brown had all the knowledge and he would not give the relevant knowledge to me or, for that matter, to most other Fidentia employees.
Did you sign whatever was put in front of you?
At first, yes. I signed in good trust, but later on became more hesitant, especially when I realized that some of these letters actually, there was a repercussion to the letters that I've signed. And later on, only almost before I left, one of my assistants, Mrs. Nadine Simpson, came to me and she said, so she realized, or she observed that Mr. Maddock will bring the letters for me for signature only when I'm very busy. And up till that point, I did not realize that. And she came to me and observed that, and I thought, okay, that's maybe a very intelligent observation from her side, but I didn't pick that up. So I signed in good faith up to a point, I stopped signing.
So did you sign the letter 188 without knowing what it's about?
Yes, of course. Only later I thought that the 150 million referring here was the whole portfolio. So Mr. Brown normally exaggerates his numbers, and he was talking about this Matco transaction for a while, but he refers to billions of rands, and now all of a sudden there's only 150 million. So, okay, that is just one of Mr. Brown's stories that didn't come to light. He refers to billions of rands, and there's only 150 million in the portfolio. So, it's very difficult to operate with extremely limited information.
If you go to 192, there's a letter from Matco dated 19 October asking for, have you got it up there? Do you have it, Mr. Dion?
I've got the letter from
Symmetry and Old Mutual, and it's signed by Mr. Milan and Mr. Tucker, and they're asking, they note that the directors of Matco has resolved to immediately call up the entire Matco Trust Investment portfolio, and it's signed by Mr. Milan and Mr. Tucker. Did you have anything to do with this letter?
No, nothing whatsoever. As I've said, my information were extremely limited, so we're not aware of this letter.
I may just have a moment, my lady. At page 009787, that is a letter from Old Mutual to Matco. It's dated 29 October 2004, and it's addressed on behalf of Mr. Cronje, signed on his behalf, and it's addressed to you. And it says, Dear Johan, seems you were on first name terms since you knew each other from university, I would guess. It's three outstanding documentation required in terms of FICA. And it says, we refer to discussion today as regards the above and advise that in terms of FICA, the following documentation is outstanding. And then he says what's outstanding for Matco Trust, and he says what's outstanding for Mantadia. For Matco Trust, want the trust deed and copies of ID documents, as you see there. And from Mantadia as a trust company, Matco, he wants copies of IDs and physical addresses. Do you know why this was being sent to you?
No, can't reply on that, sir. But this would never have ended up in any case on my desk. I would never have the copy of the trust deeds or the documentation referring to here. That will most definitely ended up on the desk of either Mr. Tucker or Mr. Merrick or Mr. Brown. So that would, although it's addressed to me, and why Mr. Cronje addressed it to me, maybe of our relationship before Fidentia, I don't know. But in any case, I wouldn't have access to that information, not nearly.
Yes. Right, thank you, my lady. I have no further questions for Mr. de Jong.
Thank you. Mr. Bump, your cross-examination.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. de Jong, I just need to go through a few questions with you. If at any stage I frame a question which you don't fully understand, feel free to tell me. Sometimes I get my words a bit mixed up, but I want you to be comfortable that you've understood the question. Mr. de Jong, can I upfront say to you that I'm going to have a conversation with you. In other words, I'm just going to try to unpack some facts. I know your involvement with Fidentia would have been quite traumatic for you. I don't think I'm stating anything untoward. And I really, in my discussion with you, do not want to exacerbate what you've already gone through. I'm going to go through questions which I think are fair questions to ask, but they're not going to be in any way confrontational or anything of that sort. So I just want to put you at ease in that regard. Mr. de Jong, I just want to go through, before I go through certain things where you refer to in the pleadings. Remember, when I say the pleadings, I'm talking against case against All Mutual. I'm going to refer to All Mutual colloquially as Omut. When I talk of Omut, I think we all know who we're talking about. I just want to go through some of the things that you testified to this morning in the early part of your testimony. The impression I get, Mr. de Jong, and if I'm wrong, please tell me, is that not only were you well educated, I would say highly educated, but whether you talk about it as well educated or highly educated, you certainly had a substantive education. But it does seem to me that by the time you went to Fidentia, you also had a fair amount of experience in real life, in the business world.
Yes, and just remember, at Boland Bank, it was a very small bank and extremely conservative. So you were in your experience, you did not have a lot of scope. So in my field, yes, I was fairly clued up, I would say. I would handle myself and explain any questions in my specific field, which was the domestic market treasury. There I was comfortable with. But as soon as it goes to the broader sense of the word of sort of what we of transferring funds from here to there, then I was out of my depth.
No, I understand that you're very right to point that out to me and to limit it. I might have put the question too widely. So let me just break it down. The first is, it's a fair statement to say that you were, to put it mildly, well educated. I would go as far as saying quite highly educated. It's not often that you come across people who got the three qualifications that you've had.
Thank you, sir.
I take that as an agreement. In relation to the area of work you were involved in at Boland, that's a trade in capital and money markets, and subsequently, I think it was a 3-year period when on your own account you traded in currency indices. In that field, you developed a fairly good experience, and you were in it for a sufficient period of time to be quite comfortable that you knew what you were doing in those particular areas.
Yes, that's correct, sir. As I've explained earlier, in my field of knowledge, yeah. I would be able to help myself and I think I was fairly successful in trading the financial instruments.
Yes.
Because that is in essence what I did. I was a trader, and that's what I was appointed as I pointed out earlier. I was a trader, and I was fairly with exactly how to trade the R150 and all the call and pull options that you have connected to every financial instrument. I was fairly okay with that.
And is it fair to say, and I'll tell you why I asked the question, because you did say that when one of the issues on the table when you were approached by Fidentia, and it was Mr. Brown in particular, was you wanted what you described as a very big salary. In other words, I'm using your words. That would suggest to me, and I don't put a negative connotation to that, that would suggest to me that you had a fair sense of your own value. You don't have to be about it. Can I just say this? It's not unusual when I, as an advocate, say I'm going to charge X amount. It's because I've got a sense of my value. When you, others may not agree about it, but certainly subjectively, you would value because of your accumulated experience.
Yes, I know. So please keep in mind, I'm also human. So if an opportunity like this comes along, then you go for gold, and sometimes you end up at bronze. So I, as normal, I went for gold, and I didn't think for one moment he will give me my salary, but he did.
And I'll tell you why I asked the question. When I say you had a sense of your value, I'm not just talking of in monetary terms. I'm talking of value in the work you did, but your own value as a person. You would have been concerned if somebody approached you, no matter what the paycheck was, if you sensed that there was something untoward about the person, especially from an integrity perspective.
Yes, I think you're correct. Yeah.
I have no doubt, listening to you, that you would not have been comfortable if you were able to discern in the slightest, particularly because you would have been trading on behalf of or with other people's money. You would not have had the slightest inclination to want to take a post if you sense something wrong with the person making that offer to you.
Yes, that's a fair assumption. Yes, I think you summarize it very accurately, sir.
Thank you very much. And when you had your discussions with Mr. Brown.
Sorry, sir, can I just, the sound on this side is terrible. Can I just get the technician in? I'm struggling.
Can I do this? I'm going to go off camera, and as soon as you're ready, will you come back and tell us you're ready? My lady, hopefully this won't take too long.
Okay.
Thanks. Just come back and tell us you're ready.
Okay.
Well, I'm here.
Sorry. My lady, sorry, I'm having such a comfortable discussion with the witness. I do apologize.
I noticed that, and I just noticed that the witnesses, what shall I say, default position is to defer to you.
You know, my lady, you so astutely picked it up. I just realized that. I suppose it's because I'm having a comfortable discussion with him. But Mr. De Jong, just bear this in mind. I'm asking the questions, but it's really my lady that you're talking to. And so all the answers are directed towards her ladyship. Fair enough?
Yes, but that was not a true reflection.
No, let's just, it may not have been in your mind, it may have been different. I'm talking of how it would have appeared to Omid.
From their side, it was a fair assumption from their side. Yeah.
So I then turn to that letter where you have a signature at page 188. Now, you've already indicated that this letter has your signature. You accept it was your signature. You say that you think it may have been signed about 2 days before the date on the letter, but certainly before you went to the Omid offices.
Yes, yeah. 2 days referred to as a period of time, sir.
Within that period of time.
Yes, a period of time, as I've said, the 16 years ago. So it's a period of time. Let's keep to a period of time.
But by the time it was taken to the Ombudsman offices and handed to Mr. Cronje, it was signed already.
Yes, as I've said, I've never seen the letter, so I presume we would not have went to Ombudsman with an unsigned letter.
That's true. And from Ombudsman's perspective, they see a document with your signature handed over to them by a delegation of 3 representatives, and they've got no reason to doubt that you're coming from Matco and that this is signed by a Mr. D. N.O. They don't know the inner workings of Fidentia or Matco.
Yeah. Now, I think they were quite stunned with the letter, as were the rest of us. So so I think under that circumstances they could have made that assumption. Yes.
Yes, it's a fair assumption to make, not so, because you don't go there and say to them, I'm part of this delegation, but guys, I really know nothing about what's going on here. I've just been brought along as part of a team and somebody else prepared the letter. You don't give them the story you're giving to the court today.
No. As I've said, the discussion around the essence of the letter were extremely limited. The discussion was really on a friendly basis around studies at university. So we definitely did not discuss the content of the letter because I did not know what was in the letter.
But they fairly saw you as part of a delegation. You told them, you represented to them that you're from Matco. And as far as they were concerned, they were dealing with 3 people from Matco. As far as Mr. Cronje was concerned.
Yes, I don't know if that is 100% correct, my lady. I would have introduced myself as an employee of Fidentia. I think that's not correct.
What about?
I would think all of us, including myself and Mr. Brown and Mr. De Kock, would have introduced us as employees of Fidentia. There was the information around Matco at that point in time were, according to myself, extremely limited. So we would have presented ourselves with as employees of Fidentia, definitely. Although it refers to Matco, the discussion will be around Fidentia and not Matco.
But you gave them those letters, communicating whatever is set out on those letters, and they had no reason to doubt that you were acting as a proper representative doing so. They would not have had a reason to doubt that.
You must ask them the question.
No, I'm asking you.
I cannot say on their behalf.
It's not.
As I've said, we would have presented ourselves as employees of.
Yes.
Most definitely Fidentia, and most definitely not as employees from Matco.
However, you went there with a message, and that message is as contained in the documents you handed to them, and you did not suggest to them that you don't know what's in there, you don't take full responsibility. You were bringing something to them and communicating the content of the letter to them.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah,
it's a fair assumption, and I'm not fighting with you about it. It's just common sense. Let's then go to page 189. Now, I think you've already testified to this, and you said you would not have known about this letter. It was addressed to Jeff. Did you ever receive this letter? Was this discussed with you? Can you say anything about this letter?
No, so as I've said, it's addressed to Jeff Grover, signed by, I don't know, can you just...
It's signed by Andries Cronje. It's signed by Mr. Cronje.
Yes, no, definitely. I struggled to find the information that was it was written around my name. So if I was not the receiver or the writer, I would definitely not have any information regarding this letter.
And tell me, other than in relation to these communications with Old Mutual in October 2004, other than you going with those two letters as part of a delegation to the Old Mutual officers and meeting with Mr. Cronje and handing it over to him, did you have any other involvement in the interactions with Old Mutual?
I know there's a letter from my email address.
Yeah.
I can't remember the content. And in that letter was a referral to another meeting. But as far as I can remember, I wasn't involved in another meeting. So it's very strange to me. Again, the content of, I don't know what the document is, but the content of that letter is extremely specific. So the content would have been sent to me by probably Mr. Brown or Mr. Maddow, and sent from my email address, which refers to another meeting. But, you know, I've been thinking the last couple of months about that meeting, and I honestly, I can't remember after the second meeting with onwards. Sorry, my lady, I'm 16 years ago, so things, you remember some things and other things you don't remember.
Now, in these, I'm going to ask you one last thing, and I'd like to invite you to comment, but it's the last topic I'm going to discuss. In this claim, when they set out the structure of within the Fidentia group, we talk about the various role players, and this starts at page 22. So it starts with Fidentia Holdings. You see that? And if you go to Fidentia Asset Managers Pty Limited, 34. Paragraph 34.3, you referred to as one of the directors of Fidentia Asset Managers.
Yes.
And you were one of those directors. So,
yes.
So when they talk about the Fidentia group, they include your name, correctly so, as one of the directors of Fidentia Asset Managers. You see that?
Yeah.
Now let me take you then to paragraph 37, and I'm going to invite your comment on this.
So, sorry, my lady, just a correction on that. The date is not accurate. The date on that, my lady, refers to 2007. I finally resigned in February 2006.
So you say that we should read January or February 2006?
Yes.
In relation to yourself?
September 2004 might be accurate. I joined in mid 2003, so that should be fairly accurate. But the 21 January 2007 is not accurate because I've actually resigned in October 2005 already. And as I've explained earlier, my lady, testified earlier, my lady, that I went to Mr. Brown in September, October 2005. And I just had enough of all of this, with all the responsibilities, with all the directorship, and with no executing power whatsoever. And you can tolerate this up to a point. And I was at a breaking point. And I went to him and I said, I'm resigning today, without a piece of paper in my hand. He said, I'm leaving. I'm not coming back ever. And he persuaded me, and he was very persuasive. You know, he said just to stay on, and I said to him what bothers me, the lack of financial statements, all the responsibilities in the world, fiduciary responsibility, and I don't have any powers. He's making all the calls, he's making all the decisions, and I'm sitting in the corner watching this game in front of me.
We understand that, Mr. De Jong. I think you need to just confine yourself to the questions that are being asked. You've already testified to that. I think the question is simply the correction of the dates when you resigned. I understood from your evidence that you resigned twice.
That's correct, my lady.
In 2005, and Mr. Brown incentivized you and gave you 130,000 and you stayed on, and then you left in January 2006.
That's, my lady, that's pretty accurate. Actually, yeah, my letter of resignation was I resigned on the last day of February 2006. But I handed in the letter, I think, end of January, beginning of February.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. De Jong, whatever the date of your departure, you are one of the individuals referred to in paragraph 34.3. So it may be that they got the date insofar as it relates to you wrong by about a year, give or take a few months. But you were, for a period of time, a director of FAM.
Yes, I was a director of FAM, that's correct.
Now, I'm going to ask you, and can I say, if you can just, you've given us a narration already. I just want you to list it in specific point forms so we haven't left anything out. I'm going to ask you, and if you need to add to it, then feel free to do so. I understood from what you said now that when you left, there were a number of things bothering you. I was able to discern the following. One, the lack of financial statements. Two, that you were carrying responsibility. But three, you had no power.
So you want that in a specific order of importance?
You can put it however you want to. I don't want to. You left, and I'm trying to discern from your evidence what the reasons were exhaustively for why you left when you did.
Yeah, it's, my lady, that was all three of those were exactly the reasons why I left. Yeah, I don't want to go into detail, but my lady, that is definitely the three most important reasons why I resigned from Fidentia.
And if I hear your testimony, you do put them down as most important, but there were not any other significant reasons that you can think of now.
No, my lady, that would be, I would think between those three aspects, you're covering 99% of my issues. If those were addressed, then I would not have resigned from Fidentia.
Now, I'm going to refer you to a paragraph, having shown you that in paragraph 34.3, your name is mentioned. I'm going to refer you to a paragraph of a statement made by the plaintiff in this case, which includes a reference to you, and I'm going to invite your comment on it. Can I ask you to go to paragraph 37? Have you got it?
Yes.
You'll see it says the companies and individuals referred to in paragraphs 33 to 33.6. Now that would include 34.3 where you are referred to. You accept that?
Sorry, sir, can you, I missed you there. Can you just repeat that again?
They say the companies and individuals. This is the plaintiff talk. It says the companies and individuals referred to in paragraphs 33 to 36. Now that would include 34.3.
Yes.
They then say shall be referred to as the Fidentia wrongdoers. And of course, the reason they give the label is because they go on to say that all of those people were responsible for a loss of money, which led to the plaintiff becoming quite aggrieved, understandably so. Would you care to comment on them including you in their reference to the Fidentia wrongdoers?
Yes, so that's, I can say, milady, in all honesty, I acted in good faith my whole life. And there's no way that I would ever think of not acting in good faith. I know there's documents referred to. Mr. Brown was a master brain, and he created an environment where he will only give you pieces of information just to keep you silent. And then I've explained earlier, as Mr. Maddock will bring me documents to sign, and up to a point you can tolerate this uncertainty with limited information. So to say I'm one of the wrongdoers is, that's a bit harsh. As I've said, my whole life I've acted in good faith, and I've never ever been labelled a dishonest person. So if these people they think so, they're welcome to express their opinion, but it is absolutely a blatant lie.
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions from that, given what you've just said now. And just bear this in mind. I read to you what Living Hens has to say about you. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. You do say now in your testimony that you've lived your life with integrity or something along those lines. And you also say that you would not have gotten involved in anything that was wrong. In the period between September 2004 and January or February of 2006, when you departed, you were a director of FAM. That's correct.
Sorry, my lady, you break up there. Can you just repeat
during the period September 2004 to February or January 2006, you were a director of FAM.
Yes, but lady, can I just briefly...
I just want to put certain things on record, and I'll give you a chance to explain. But what I'm concerned about is I just structure it, and you'll have all the chance to explain. And I can assure you, Mr. De Jong, this is not a trick question. I'm just trying to unpack your own state of mind. In that period, would it be safe to say, having regard to how you describe yourself, that as a director, if you had come across anything that was wrong, dishonest or fraudulent, or if you had reason to believe that something was being run which was wrong, done which was wrong, dishonest or fraudulent, you would have acted immediately on it, and to the extent necessary, you would have reported that to the authorities that you needed to do so.
Yes, yes. If I saw a fraudulent transaction, I would have reported the transaction immediately. You're 100% correct. So, yes, the short answer is yes.
So even though you were a director of FAM and you were in the structures, is it safe to say from your perspective, your testimony is that you didn't see anything, any such wrongdoing which would have been theft or fraud or the like?
As far as my knowledge is concerned, yes, 100% correct, yeah.
Thank you. Very well, your ladyship, can we stand down for 5 minutes? I want to speak to my team and we'll come back. It's now 11:35. Does your ladyship want to take the tea break, my lady?
Yes, I was about to say that. I want to change devices. I allowed cross-examination to make up for the lost time.
Yes, of course.
So if we adjourn for 15 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, my lady.
We shall resume at 11:45.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Apologies about that. Delay. I've got some power back and we are able to proceed uninterrupted. So that took some time to resolve. Mr. Bam?
Thank you, my lady. No further questions.
Just 1 minute, please. Waiting feedback someone. Yes, Mr. Epson.
Thank you, milady. Just one question. Mr. De Jong, can you look at, you said earlier there was a document that you referred to a meeting. I just want to show you a document and ask you if this is the document you're looking for. Go to 009666. Have you got it, Mr. De Jong?
Milady, no, that's, I'm still on particulars of claim page 8.
So just
Follow the presenter again.
press follow presenter again. There's our technicians for that. Okay. You've got it, Mr. De Jong?
Lady, it's loading at the moment. Yes, I've got it refers top right hand side 235.
Yes, 009666. At the bottom, there's an email which is on a letterhead on an email from you to Kevin. You see at the top, it's Kevin French. He was at Old Mutual, wasn't he? Do you recall, Mr. Dion?
Milady, as I've said previously, the name doesn't ring a bell. It does not mean that I haven't met him. The name is not familiar, but it might have been that he might have been the person with Mr. Cronje at Old Mutual. It's a possibility. I'm not sure. As I've said, it doesn't recall the name specifically.
Okay, it's on 18 October. It says, Kevin, I hereby confirm our telephonic conversation at 1806 today, whereby you informed us that Symmetry/Omit is not in a position to provide any of the information or explanations earlier requested. And then there's a response at 6:32. Johan, it's from Kevin French. Johan, I sent through the information that we have available. The reconciliations that are still required will be addressed as soon as the person responsible is available. My sincere apologies for this delay.
Yes, that is the document I referred to. There was referred to a meeting, and to the best of my knowledge, I cannot recall that specific meeting. So I really can't comment on that. But there's a lot of information again in that, and I can't recall any of that information.
Thank you, Milady. I've got further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Epstein. I do have some questions. I just need to understand from the evidence of this witness. When, as a trader and a broker, I assume that you are licensed. Am I correct?
Milady, I missed that sentence. Can you repeat that again, please?
As a trader, I assume that you are licensed by the stock exchange yourself.
In those days, my lady, not. Like for instance, at Boland Bank, you were listed under the name of Boland Bank. Yes, yeah. So there's no. I don't think there's approval process. The approval lies with the bank to approve their own dealers.
All right. So all right. So when you moved over to Fidentia, the way I understand the documents is that it seemed they were not licensed. They only got their license in 2004, April.
Milady, I'm not sure about that. I think there is documentation that can prove that. I don't have it in my head.
All right. So in the pleadings, and I think I'm going to ask Mr. Epstein to also assist me because I need to understand that. He took me through a series of documents which included an application to the FSB. And I understood that those documents were about licensing FAM as a financial service provider. And the way I read those documents is that they also included FAM's ability to deal and trade in the market. Do you know anything about that?
Yes, ma'am. I think there's a document included in the papers whereby you need to give all the persons that's listed. You need to give your past experience on that list in order for them to know that the people that they appoint do have enough experience in that specific field.
You saw that document with your name, right? And I understood that was the overall application.
I would think, lady, yes, I would think that is the document referred to a while ago was the contact person, which was my name. And I think further on the same document, I filled in my past experience. And that was sent with all the other documents, I suppose, to the FSB for approval.
What I'm curious about is your own understanding and position when you took up employment in Fidentia. Were they licensed or were they not? Could they trade in instruments or could they not?
Milady, as far as I know, at first I reported to Mr. Bum, Mr. Rudy Bum, and I'm not sure what documentation was in place at that point in time. The fact that there was an application at a later stage, I would think that at first there was not an license in place.
It's just that I wasn't very clear about that, and that's what it looks like to me as well, that they were not really licensed. I also was very curious about a letter that you were shown where you wrote to Old Mutual for withdrawals of the first, what I consider to be the first tranche of funds of about 150 million. Do you remember that letter being shown to you?
Yes, I remember.
All right, and am I correct to understand that you were aware at least of that letter, unlike the first letter?
Yeah, yes, I signed the letter. I don't dispute that. I signed the letter. Yes.
What I also didn't quite understand in your evidence in chief is your own understanding of attending this meeting at Old Mutual. I mean, I have in my notes here that, you know, you were just asked to come along, and you were going for a joyride. What's that about? Can you clarify for me what you meant by that? Did you when I look at your name being involved in a number of very serious applications and your subsequent writing of a letter of withdrawal of funds and all of that, I don't quite understand how it is that you find yourself at a very important meeting about the company and you don't know what that meeting is about. Can you assist me? What is exactly your evidence about that?
Yes, my lady. As explained previously, Mr. Brown would only give a certain portion of information to the employees, including myself. And obviously, he would also give just what you want to hear. So he will not explain to you the risk involved or the mechanics around this. He will just tell you this is how it's going to work. So Mr. Brown, he was 100% in control all the time. So, and as explained earlier, Mr. Johan Linde, he came to my office and just asked, "Kom jy saam? You know, where do you come with?" And I asked a couple of questions, and I decided we can go to Old Mutual. So and only afterwards I realized the content of the envelope, which was the letter in the envelope which he had in his hand.
All right. At this time, did you not know Mr. Kronje was at Old Mutual, your alma mater, your university? Were you aware he was at Old Mutual?
Milady, not. No, I met him when we entered the room. Then I met him.
I see. All right. I think those were the things that I couldn't quite understand about your evidence, and thank you for clarifying them for me.
Thank you, milady.
Any questions arising out of my questions?
None from my side, milady.
Not from my side, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. De Jong. You may be excused.
Thank you, my lady. Appreciate it.
The lady, our next witness is Mr. Milan. I believe he's on the same floor, and somebody's fetching him to bring him through now. May just take a minute or two.
We will take about 5 minutes adjournment to allow him to settle in. May I request that as he is being settled in, he's oriented on how to follow on case lines and how to find the documents as well, so we make up for time.
Okay, well.
Someone sits and shows him a little bit before we swear him in as a witness.
Okay, we'll do that.
Yes, thank you. We'll adjourn for 5 minutes.
A bar comes up. I don't know how to get out of it when there's a bar like that. What do I do?
What happens? What
How do I
happens?
get out of the
Mr. Epstein.
Thank you, milady. Our next witness is Mr. Milan. He's now seated in the witness seat.
Thank you, Mr. Malan.
Yes,
Will you
Malone.
please spell out your names for the record, please?
Sure. My last name is Malan, M-A-L-A-N. My first names are Philippus Johannes. I'll spell them P-H-I-L-I-P-P-U-S. Next name, Johannes, J-O-H-A-N-N-E-S.
Thank you. Do you have any objection in taking the oath?
No objection.
Will you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, nothing but the truth? Lift up your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Your witness, Mr. Epstein.
Thank you, milady. Mr. Milan, there's a protocol associated with giving evidence virtually. Have you read the protocol?
I've read it and I understood it. Thank you.
And you'll comply with it?
Oh.
Mr. Milan, you became a trustee of Ltd Asset Trust Company as the nominee for the corporate trustee. Ltd Asset Trust Company Limited, known as Matco, correct?
Correct.
Okay, let's start at the beginning and how it came about that you joined Fidentia. Let's start with your background. What qualifications do you have?
I have a degree in commerce and a degree in law.
Is that an LLB?
That's an LLB.
Okay.
Yes.
And you worked at Standard Bank before joining Fidentia?
Amongst others, yes. Directly before I was employed at Standard Bank, and I was employed in structured finance, specialized finance capability within the asset finance side of the bank.
We know you joined Fidentia on the 4th of October 2004. How did it come about that you left Standard Bank to join Fidentia?
I met, first of all, I think it's pertinent that Mr. Arthur Brown, who was the kingpin within the Fidentia group, him and I were acquainted as students at the former University of Port Elizabeth when I did my commerce degree. So we were well acquainted, we were friendly, and at some point in time during 2004, in my capacity as an official at the bank, I happened to travel to Cape Town with one of the managers to assist a specific client called Brown Brothers with some issues they had with the bank who were unhappy customers. So I ended up traveling and was favorably surprised to see Mr. Brown again after many years. So it was a chance meeting. I didn't get over-involved in solving the issues. A number of other bank officials interacted with him. I'm under the impression it was solved. But in the process...
Milan, let me just stop you for a moment because I want to get to the point. I mean, Mr. Babb is the counsel for Omit, and he may want to ask you questions about this, but some of the questions may not be immediately relevant. So just let me ask you, put it this way. You met Mr. Brown, you hadn't seen him for a long time, and did he then offer you a position at Fidentia?
Yes, indeed. He asked me whether I would join at Fidentia. They're expanding. We've got big ambition for doing transactions in financial services and other spaces, also in Africa, and he needs someone in Joburg. They're all based in Cape Town. Would I be interested? Seemed like an appealing and exciting opportunity.
And did he offer you an attractive salary?
Yeah, of course. One wouldn't move for a reduction in salary. So he offered a good increase, and 2 phone calls later, and one of which was an on-screen interview. A letter of offer was presented to me. Quite efficient, slick, quick, impressive.
Okay. Let me just give you some context and tell you the period we're talking about. We're talking about in October, the period of October 2004, when Fidentia acquired the shares in Matco. Fidentia Holdings acquired the shares in Matco. The shareholders' agreement was signed on the 5th of October, and there were events leading up to the end of October, which I'll come to, and into November. Now, where did you turn up for work?
My first day of work, I was meant to fly down to Cape Town to be inducted into the Fidentia group. However, on the Sunday night, I got a text message from Mr. Brown asking me to cancel that plan and just report to Sandton, to the Matco business, which he's in the process of acquiring. So that I could meet him up there with a couple of seniors and just get into the thick of things, because they're trying to wrap up a transaction.
Did you know anything at that time about the transaction?
Not at all. I haven't heard of the company.
Sorry? Did you know anything about Fidentia?
Having been appointed there, I had to consider what they were, yes, and I had a fair idea of what they're doing.
But before that, had you heard about Fidentia?
No, not before being introduced. At the time, having said that, at the time they were not known as Fidentia. When I got involved, the first interactions were the former namesake Brown Brothers. So the Fidentia brand snuck in along the way.
So, but when you were employed, you were originally employed by Brown Brothers, P2 Unlimited, and there was a change of.
I suspect. I can't recall 100%, but I know it was in transition. It was a new brand being brought in.
Within a short while after joining, that is on the 4th of October, you became the trustee of Matco.
Correct. Not on the 4th, but shortly after. I think it was on the 11th.
Okay. Please tell my lady how that came about.
Yes, my lady, the part of the transaction required the transfer of control over the investment funds. The control was exercised by a company that was appointed as a trustee over the trust funds. So typically it was agreed between the sellers and the buyers that there should be a change from the seller's nominee to the purchaser's nominee, that's the Fidentia Group's nominee, of a position that was filled as a trustee. One of the outgoing shareholders were tasked with that, together with me. And after the first response that it was going to take a week or longer because the master's office were not working too smoothly or we had a waiting list of stuff, I proposed that I would facilitate an expedited change of trusteeship. Reason for that, I suspect Mr. Epstein will be asking, is that I served legal articles in Pretoria and I was well versed with the company's office, the master's office, and the likes. So for me, it was all in a day's work when I was a clerk to get stuff done quickly and effectively within the master's office.
When was it decided that you should become a trustee?
This was decided, can't recall dates exactly. I suspect within the first few days of my employment, because that was one of the issues in the sales agreement. I would assume it was an important part of the transaction. I recall having sat in a meeting that resembled a board meeting between the sellers and the Fidentia Group representatives. Mr. Brown was there, and he at one point suggested, well, Mr. Milan is the guy in Joburg, let's appoint him as the trustee. It just works much more practical, and then he could sort out a lot of the things in Joburg.
Now, in the early days, as you joined, the sale of shares had not yet been consummated. They hadn't yet been paid. So you were already appointed a trustee before the sale of shares agreement had been consummated?
Yes, eventually it transpired as such, in all probability unintended, but it happened. And we found ourselves that the purchasers became the trustees through myself as nominee for the company, probably a week earlier than would otherwise have happened and would have been foreseen.
Okay. Now, when did you find out about the transaction, that is the purchase of the shares by Fidentia?
I mean, when I joined on the 4th of October, it was clear there's a transaction going down. The legals are being finalized for signature by the two parties. And the guys were up here meeting me, incidentally as well, because they were finalizing the final terms. So
You were what?
I was aware that there's a transaction going and that there's a legal agreement for the sale of shares being finalized.
Did you become involved in any way negotiating that sale?
Not at all. It was negotiated before my joining, without me having any knowledge or insight or participation in it. And after my joining, I also was at best kept abreast piecemeal of some of the features that they thought I should be knowing.
When did you leave Fidentia?
12 months after I started. So I suspect it's the end of September 2005.
Okay. Whilst you were there, you obviously got to know some of the people who are working there. Can you just briefly, ladyship, who was Mr. Maddock?
Sorry, you broke there. Just repeat.
Who was Mr. Maddock?
Mr. Maddock was the finance director of the group and one of the inner circle great minds of the Fidentia group. He managed all things finance. He managed the bank accounts. He managed a lot of the decisions. All the money that was moved from under his supervision. And he seemed to be a confidant and a close friend of a long-standing of Arthur Brown, who's the boss of Fidentia Group.
Okay. I don't know if that is the great mind that took him to prison, but don't answer that. Tucker, who was he?
Tucker was a lawyer, and he was also, I suppose he was an external lawyer until he was brought in as corporate counsel. He was chief legal officer, and he had to okay anything that went out, all contracts, all letters, help drafting them. And he was also close to, he was part of the inner circle and close to Arthur Brown. Arthur Brown wouldn't move without him having checked and okayed certain documents and agreements.
Johan Linder?
Johan Linder was, in my mind, the project manager for the acquisition of Matco. He was an engineer with business skills, also an MBA from a prominent Cape University. He, from time to time, acted or was appointed as managing director of the Fidentia Group in all. And it seemed that he was the implementation manager for the acquisition of Matco by the Fidentia Group.
Steve de Kock?
Steve de Kock, I think I met on the same day when I joined. He seemed to have been an external consultant with significant financial and investment markets expertise. I think he's a chartered accountant by training. He's got some law background as well. Clever chap, worked in financial services before joining the group, but he has had prior relationships with Arthur Brown and some of the other kingpins or inner circle within Fidentia Group. He acted seemingly as a consultant, but he was on the payroll and assisted with a number of things. He was tasked with me and another third person to get to grasp the operational issues in the Matco company on the day I walked in. So they were told while the legals and the bigger financial issues are being finalized, we need to see what's happening operationally and what surprises there may be.
Okay, and finally, Mr. De Jong, Johan De Jong.
Johan De Jong, I can't remember at what specific time I met him, but he eventually became the go-to guy, the expert in-house, the approved finance guy approved by the Financial Services Authority, running Fidentia asset management. So a number of issues relating to this case, my lady, relates to interactions I would have had with him and documents that were either signed, authored, and presented between him and I towards third parties.
Okay. Now, Mr. Milan, I want to take you to the events of the 15th of October and then some documentation after that, which reflect your involvement. Let us start with the document known as POC 11, and it's at page POC 12 at page 001189.
Mr. Christian, will you please repeat the page number? It's 001?
189.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Milan, it's common cause that on the 15th of October, 3 people from Fidentia went to Old Mutual's offices. And you'll see at 189, you'll see it says, "Dear Jeff, we know that Jeff is Jeff Gover." And this is Mr. Cronje of Old Mutual writing to Jeff Gover on the 15th of October 2004. Who was Jeff Gover?
Jeff Gover was the lead or the managing director at the time of the sale of Matco.
Right. Now he's writing to him and he says we're approached by 3 gentlemen, Steve de Kock, Johan de Jong, and Johan Linder, who handed us a letter suggesting Fidentia's appointment as portfolio manager. And then he expresses the fact that he was not fully satisfied with that. And then further down, he also refers in paragraph 3 to a letter which was presented to them. So I'm going to take you to those 2 letters he's referring to. The first is in paragraph 1. He says, "We were handed a letter suggesting Fidentia's appointment as portfolio manager." This is 15 October. It's 11 days after you arrived and started working there. Now, if you go back to 184, that is the letter that Mr. Cronje of Omit is referring to. And you'll see it's written on a Matco letterhead. It still reflects the directors as Baloy, Atchison, Gibbs, and Gover. And it's addressed to the directors of Fidentia Asset Management, which we know is FAM. And it starts off by saying, "We hereby confirm your appointment by the company as portfolio manager with immediate effect." And in the 3rd paragraph, it says, "We confirm further that the portfolio relates to the funds held by the Matco Trust and that this appointment is the full discretionary mandate to verify audit investment balances and to manage and invest such funds on behalf of the trust in the best interest of the beneficiaries of these trusts." Are you in a position to have knowledge as to what is a full discretionary mandate as opposed to a limited mandate?
In basic terms, yes. My lady, the understanding here was that we were appointing someone to give us all the advice we need. The someone was a connected body. It was within the Fidentia group. It was not a surprise to me to be requested to sign this.
We're not there yet, Mr. Milan. I'll come to it.
Okay.
We just need to, otherwise this case goes on longer than it needs to. I just want to ask you, what is the discretionary mandate? Do you know what that is?
The discretionary mandate leaves full discretion to the asset manager.
To place the money wherever?
Pardon?
To place the money which in any portfolios they like?
Yes.
Or to invest in whatever they like?
Yes, it would.
Yes. Were you aware of the type of mandate which Old Mutual had when they were the managers?
No.
Okay. Now we can come to what you were jumping towards. At the end, this letter, which gives written to FAM, is signed by you and Gover. It says outgoing director, Brown incoming director, and you, Milan, as the trustee. Now, we know you were the trustee. We know that Gover was a director at the time. And he says, and this is the letter that Mr. Crony refers to, he says, we weren't satisfied with this letter. The manner in which the letter was signed, those three signatures are referred to and how it's described. And he says, we feel the instructions were vague and unclear, and couple the letter was addressed to Fidentia, an unknown third party, not to Omit. And then he says, when God was contacted that morning by Cronier, on the morning of the potential repurchase, you were not able to confirm such repurchase. Now, could you tell her ladyship how it came about that you signed this this letter?
Sure. Firstly, I was asked to co-sign by the two principals in the transaction, namely Gover, representing the sellers and as an outgoing director, and Arthur Brown being the principal of the Fidentia group who were acquiring. There seemed to be no harm, and it seemed to be advisable when working with this big amount of money to appoint someone to advise you, specifically someone that is approved and registered with the FSP, as they were known at the time. Fidentia Asset Management was there. So it seemed prudent to appoint someone to advise and to manage all the issues around the funds that were invested with Old Mutual. In signing this, there was a run-up of several discussions from which it was clear to me that the strategy in the Fidentia group was to move the funds. They were going to move the funds. And that is part of the business model. And they had several reasons why A, it should be moved, and B, why it should be placed within the Fidentia group.
So you knew that FAM was going to become the manager?
Yes, yes. Really? I didn't have doubt at that time. It was not a secret.
And within the 11 days of arriving there, you found out about FAM. Is that
yes? Correct.
Now, did you draft this letter?
Sorry, I have an Old Mutual letter in front of me on the screen, so I wouldn't have written that one.
184.
If you could just show me which one. There we
go.
go.
184.
Okay, I see it. I've signed it. I co-signed it. I cannot remember drafting it. I would, yeah, I can't remember drafting it. If I look at words like inter alia in the text, it usually suggests that I was not the author. I would expect, and I'm waging a guess here, to the best of my recollection, when these letters were drafted, they were either fully drafted in Cape Town by Tucker the lawyer, or at the very least overseen by him before authorized for release and signature.
Okay. Did you know, when you signed this, it's not dated, did you know for what purpose this was going to be used?
I knew it was going towards the regularization of an appointment for FAM. As to whether they would take this letter and pitch at Old Mutual's doorstep demanding transfer of funds immediately, that would have been a bit of a surprise to me. As to whether it would ordinarily flow, that they would go to Old Mutual and try and affect certain things in the movement of funds, that would not have been a surprise to me. But presenting this with a request to transfer funds would have been quite clumsy at the very least. And in hindsight, probably with Malafides. No.
Have a look at page 188.
Okay, I can't see a page number right now.
001, 188.
Okay, there we go. Yes.
This is the letter which was Mr. Cronje refers to as having been handed, asking for the transfer of 150 million rand to FAM's account, signed by Mr. de Jong. Did you know anything about this letter, this instruction?
No.
Were you at all to your privy to this?
Not to the letter. The concept of doing a test run of withdrawal was known to me, and I can't recall whether it was because I inquired afterwards and whether it was told to me in preparation of this happening. But certainly, no, I was not aware of this letter. I did not have oversight in its writing and its issue.
Now, was there any fallout, so to speak, arising from this letter?
Yes, there was fallout in that it came to the knowledge of Mr. Gover, the late Mr. Gover, who was addressed in the letter by Old Mutual, which you displayed on the screen just before. So once Old Mutual alerted him that three gentlemen presented a letter asking for 150 million to be moved, all the alarm bells seemingly went off, and they're very unhappy about that. And they wanted clarity from Mr. Gover, who in their mind was still the point man, the managing director of the client, Matco. So I was given a seat in Sandton in the Matco building, not far away from the office of Mr. Gover. So he would approach me, and in this case, I could remember him coming in asking me, do I know anything about what's going on with this attempt to move 150 million rand from Old Mutual? It's happening in Cape Town as we speak. And I was surprised, but asked him to take it up with Arthur Brown. As was my instructions, but also it made sense. Brown was playing the music down in Cape Town. To which he responded that Brown wasn't taking his phone calls, and he's getting extremely agitated and concerned. So at the time, Brown still took my phone calls. So I would phone him and say, and ask, well, and report, there's general unhappiness here about something that's news to me, a vast amount of money that's being moved, or an attempt to move money from Old Mutual, of which nobody seems to be in agreement on what's happening. And the response was something to the effect of, man, don't you worry, it's under control, they're hysterical, tell him to phone me.
Okay. Go please to 192. Now this is just 4 days later, and this is a letter written and signed. Well, it's signed by you and by Tucker. It's addressed to Symmetry Multi-Manager Portfolios and Old Mutual Asset Management, dated 19 October. And what you do here is you're writing and you're saying to Symmetry and Old Mutual, kindly note that the directors of the above company has resolved to immediately call up the entire Matco Trust investment portfolio currently managed by yourself. And then reasons are given. So we regret we are legally and morally unable to perpetuate the status quo for inter alia, the following reasons, which are then given, and I'll come to them now and ask you about them. But do you know whether you drafted this letter?
I would not have drafted it. The specific facts mentioned in there were not within my personal knowledge. It had to be relayed to me by the experts at Fidentia Asset Management, as well as the group legal officer, Mr. Tucker.
So these reasons which are given, from whom did they emanate? Who provided these reasons?
My best recollection was that I had a direct discussion with at least Mr. De Jong on this, that he explained to me very calmly and rationally why there would be not only benefit in moving, financial and business benefit in moving the funds across to the Fidentia Asset Management Company, but also why there are legal reasons why the current situation, i.e. the investment lying with Old Mutual, could not be perpetuated. And those are the reasons listed there.
So you adopted those reasons which are in the letter?
Yes, yes. And it wasn't a quick one. There was a run-up in a couple of days, and it corresponded with the, let's call it, clumsiness of approaching Old Mutual and Symmetry for the release of the funds, where this was continuously shared with me that we need to move the stuff, and we are going to move the money, and we need to get Old Mutual in a corner insofar as them having the money without a proper mandate. And it was explained to me that mandates don't even go by the quick letter we've previously signed to Fidentia Asset Management. That was a start off. We still needed to finalize a proper mandate that conforms with the legal requirements and format requirements and content requirements of the necessary regulations of the FSB.
In your letter, you're demanding payment. I'll come to the reasons now, but in your letter, you're demanding payment by the same day. You get paragraph 7 on 193. Kindly confirm in writing by no longer than 5 o'clock today that the funds have been transferred into the Matco bank account, the details of which you have on record. Now, you're talking over $1 billion. And what was the urgency to get the money and an answer on this by 5 o'clock the same day?
My lady, I wouldn't describe it to urgency as much as maybe cheekiness, because the big boys were pushing each other around between the Old Mutual Group and the Fidentia Asset Management Group. And seemingly, and I can't say if it's wisdom or insight in hindsight, it seems that the Fidentia Group was putting pressure because they smelled blood in that there's non-compliance in the form of the absence of a proper mandate. And that they had a few bruised egos because they were sent back to get the proper documentation, such as these letters, and then they had to rub it in and say, well, now we've been asking it for a week, now we'll extend it with a few hours, you're under pressure, you better perform. I would not have put it in. It's not within my scope of understanding and dynamics of pushing people around like that, around this big amount of money. And I could honestly not tell you what we would have done, which we then ended up them not paying it across. What were you going to do?
Milady, I see it's just on 1 o'clock, and I'm going to go through the reasons now. Does Milady wish to take the adjournment, the lunch adjournment?
I'm inclined to sit. Oh, you can excuse us if
sound problems. I don't know,
there is a sound problem coming from somewhere, and I'm not sure where. Can you hear me now?
I can.
Yes. So how much time do you need to complete the evidence in chief?
I would think about 15 to 20 minutes.
Let me just check in. Is anybody averse to us so that you complete? And thereafter we are for a short lunch. I'm not sure whether maybe Mr. Bam.
My lady, can I say two things? The first is logistically, I think it would be better if we just completed the evidence in chief in case I need to stand down. I don't want to. But my lady, there's a second point I want to raise, and I'm not going to raise an objection with each reason. But it is clear from what this witness has testified to already that in relation to the reasons, he had no personal knowledge. Somebody communicated to him. And my lady, without objecting every time a question is asked about the reasons, I want to place on record that from what has already been said, anything this witness can say about the reasons is simply hearsay, and for that reason inadmissible.
Thank you, Mr. Bam. Are you happy to go along, Mr. Epstein, until you finish this evidence in chief? That's the first point. If you unmute yourself, then I'll be able to hear you.
Okay. Now we're happy to go along with that.
Right. Now, regarding the point that's been raised that the reasons would be hearsay, what do you say to that?
I'm going to ask Mr. Milan what he knows about it.
Yes. All right. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Milan, you signed this letter. Were you aware of the content of the letter? You're on mute, Mr. Milan.
Will you unmute yourself, Mr. Milan, please?
There we go. Am I audible now? Super.
Yes. Were you aware of the content of the letter?
I was.
Okay, let's go through it. It says, we regret that we are legally and morally unable to perpetuate the status quo or inter alia the following reasons. 1, no legally binding written mandate is currently in existence. Do you know anything about that?
Yes, it was my understanding that nobody could produce a signed valid document and that the one that was in place had expired and was not renewed, and it was subsequently I would expect confirmed in writing or suggested to be true in the old mutual letter you displayed a little earlier, where there was an attempt to rectify that.
Okay.
But I could never be presented with a signed, valid, unexpired mandate to Old Mutual.
Number 2, the provisions of the Financial Advisory Intermediary Services Act do not appear to have been fully complied with. Did you know whether that was actually so?
No, I don't. That was under advisement.
Right. Number 3, there's no written appointment of an asset manager. Did you have personal knowledge of that?
I think it speaks to the same as point number 1, the no legal binding written mandate, because it's the written appointment.
Number 4, questions on fees, performance bonuses, and incentives derived from the portfolio have not been adequately answered. Do you know anything about questions having been asked of Old Mutual about that and the statement that they were adequately answered?
I did not ask any questions directly. I left that with Fidentia Asset Management. So they indeed reported to me that there are questions around those aspects that weren't adequately answered. So I would not have first-hand knowledge. I had to rely on their advice.
Number 5, there appears to be a discrepancy between the portfolio balances as calculated by Old Mutual and Symmetry. firstly, what is meant by discrepancy?
My lady, my best understanding of that is that the numbers don't tie up. There's money missing. And it could be for a number of reasons, but it usually would put up a red flag. When numbers don't match, you need to figure out why.
Number 6, compliance documentation could not be produced and no plausible explanation given, therefore. Do you know anything about that?
I would say it speaks to that number 1 and number 3. It's the compliance documentation being the properly signed and dated live mandate to manage the funds.
Do you know who was having these discussions with Old Mutual?
It would have been Fidentia Asset Management, and they would have been represented by Mr. D N.O and or Mr. Linda, Mr. Steve de Kook, and then not sure whether Mr. Arthur Brown involved in personally, by personal appearance at least, with these discussions.
Malady, I'm going to raise the question again. The way the question, I'm going to raise the issue again. The question that was asked is, do you know who was having those discussions? No indication that the witness was party to those discussions, he had personal knowledge of the discussions. It's the same with paragraph 5. All that is asked is, do you know what discrepancy means? Well, anybody can tell you what discrepancy means. Question is whether he had any personal knowledge and can testify to that. And that's what my objection was up front. Now, he's spoken to 1, 3, and 6. But 5 has just been skimmed through on the question of whether it's hearsay, and in relation to what has just been asked now. Do you know who was having the discussions? Well, you could only know who was having the discussions if he was party to the discussions. Otherwise, it's hearsay. And it's not a simple, straightforward thing of just throwing out questions in the hope that this witness can say, well, I know somebody was doing it. You've got to establish that he had personal knowledge about it.
Milady, sorry, Milady's muted. But I think you asked me to respond, which I will do.
You saw my lips. Read my lips. Thank you. Yes, what do you say?
My Lord, Milady, it all goes to why is this evidence being tendered? Are we tendering to prove the truth that there was a discrepancy? That is not the reason why it's being tendered. It's been tendered because this was the reason given, written and signed by Mr. Milan. This was the reason that Matco gave for the demand that the money be handed over. Mr. Anybody else on behalf of Mutual can come along and say whether there was the discrepancy or not and what their response is to that. But it doesn't detract from the fact that these were the reasons given. Those evidence isn't being tendered to prove that there was a discrepancy. That's not the reason. The reason is that these were the reasons given in demanding the money. Now, there may be true, there may be false reasons. We don't. The fact of the matter was factually sent, these are the reasons given, and we will what there is. But it doesn't matter whether we don't tender to prove there was a discrepancy. That's the reason Mr. Milan gave. So it's not hearsay.
Malady, can I respond?
Yes, you will.
Because it's not an answer, Malady. In simple, easy terms, it's not an answer. This letter, the fact that it was sent is not an issue. The truth of its contents have not been admitted, but the fact that it was sent is not an issue. If all that my learned friend wants to refer to is that this letter was sent, that's established, he doesn't have to worry about it. It has been sent. Very big difference from the truth of its contents. So you don't have to now say, it's not in dispute that this letter is sent. Now let me go and read through everything as the content of the letter. It was sent. You can read it yourself, my lady.
It was not only sent. Mr. Milan is the signatory of the letter. Mr.
Now, that I understand, my lady, but he's talking about his knowledge of the issues that are raised.
Give me a chance. Give me a chance to move through my own understanding. Mr. Milan is the signatory of the letter, right? And Mr. Milan tells us that there are some aspects that he knows something about, right? But there are also some aspects which were reported to him, which he would not have been engaged in directly. That's my understanding of the evidence.
And that's the issue I'm taking with, because that falls squarely within the hearsay issue. It's not testimony he can lead, because he says somebody else told me about it. It's inadmissible evidence. It's hearsay.
So we can't throw out the whole letter. Right.
No, we're not asking you to throw it. We admit it was sent, and your ladyship will know that I specifically objected to the. If I can just turn to it, I specifically objected to the question asked about paragraph 5 when he was asked, "Do you know what the discrepancy was?" Well, he's not asked about whether he had personal knowledge of it. And the second thing is, do you know who was involved in those discussions? Well, he doesn't. It's not established that he was involved in, or he has direct knowledge of who was involved in the discussions. Because what he's being asked about is what was told to him, and that's classically within the ambit of hearsay. And in fact, what's interesting is that Mr. Malan himself is alive to the hearsay issue, because he started off by saying he had no personal knowledge of the issues it was prepared for his signature.
Right. All right, let me give Mr. Epstein a chance before I give a ruling or some consideration of how we go about with this. Mr. Epstein?
Milady, I can think of a myriad examples where somebody in a company goes to a director and says, look, I've uncovered the following. Please, you're the director, would you write a letter to the other party and tell them this is what I've uncovered and what is their response, or make a demand based on that. Now, the director would then write that letter and give those reasons. There could be a response, they may be true, they may not be true. But what is a fact is that the letter was written, the fact contains these reasons. These reasons were given to Mr. Malan. He knew of some of them. And the fact that he was told that this is the position, that's direct evidence. It's not being tendered to prove its correctness. These were the reasons they relied upon. They may all be invalid, or some may be, or some may be. But all Mr. Malan was doing was writing to say, well, these are my reasons. And they may be true, they may not be true. So, milady, we say that this letter is of course, it's admissible in the fact that the letter was sent. It's admitted that it was sent. But as to the contents in respect to which Mr. Malan has testified, it's admissible.
I'm going to allow you to ask questions about number 5 in particular and number 4. And I will allow you to ask where you would have acquired that information from the record. And I'm going to let Mr. Bam argue the question of admissibility, because it really goes to what the evidence is being tendered for at a later stage. Yes.
Thank you. So then only one more question on this, Mr. Malan, is who gave you the information that there was a discrepancy between the portfolio balances?
It would have been Mr. Johan de Jong primarily, but I recall there being more people than just him in the discussion of the days preceding this. And that would have included Mr. Tucker, and it would have included Mr. Linde, and probably also Mr. Arthur Brown.
Are you aware, Mr. Malan, of any written response to these reasons? I'll take you to a letter now where there is a response, but are you aware of any other letter responding to these reasons?
No.
Okay. Now let me take you to 194. At 194, Mr. Chris Potgieter responds to you, and the next day, 20 October. You got that at 194?
Got 194.
Okay. And do you know who Mr. Chris Potgieter was?
I can't recall, but I mean, his designation's on the letter, so I would take it he's someone who looks at the compliance on the Old Mutual side.
Before you wrote the letter on 19 October, which we just dealt with, giving the reasons, had you had any personal interaction with Ahmed?
No.
Okay, let's go to 194. Mr. Potgieter writes, and he says to you, we acknowledge receipt of your letter dated 19 October. That's the previous letter we just dealt with. Calling up the entire Matco investment trust portfolio. We will accept this as a valid instruction as soon as we receive confirmation of authority from the beneficial owner, the Matco Trust. We also wish to confirm that once the above confirmation is received, we will immediately liquidate all investments in the money market fund. The liquidation of all investments in the other funds depends upon an adequate notice period being received. Alternatively, we need to agree upon a reasonable repurchase schedule. I trust that you'll find that in order. Do you know whether you drafted this letter? I'm sorry, I've confused. I was directed to you. Sorry. I meant to ask him about the next letter. Sorry, I'm jumping ahead of myself. Let's go to the next letter, 195. That's the letter you responded to. You see that?
Mr. Edson, I think you moved too fast after that. What was your question to him about this letter that he'd received it? This is 194.
Did you receive the one at 194?
The one by Mr. Potgieter?
Yes.
I can't recall definitely seeing it. I wouldn't object. I would have probably seen it because he would have sent it to us at the Matco address. And it seems to comply with what we've requested. So we would have been gladly receiving it and distributing it to the rest of the Fidentia group in Cape Town.
Well, it looks like you did, because that's 20 October. The very next page is 195, and there you've responded. That's the letter I wanted to ask you about. If you look at this letter, and I want to ask you if you drafted this letter, it's addressed to Old Mutual, Symmetry, dear sirs, Matco Trust Investment Portfolio. Number one, we confirm that the undersigned Milan is the sole representative trustee of the Matco Trust. Two, we further confirm the mandate and appointment given to Fidentia Asset Management on 14 October as investment manager on a full discretionary mandate to act on behalf of the Matco Trust. And three, in terms of the said mandate, Fidentia Asset Management as the appointed investment manager is mandated to liquidate the entire investment portfolio or portions thereof as they deem fit. And you've signed it, correct?
Correct.
To Andrew Tucker, do you know whether you drafted this letter?
I probably typed it while Tucker dictated it to me over the phone or something.
Right. And we know that following that, in the next few days, funds were released by Old Mutual. I want to take you to about 4 or 5 documents just to ask you about them. Can we go first to 009709? It's sent by Raymond Barelevitz. Do you have it?
Not yet. Yes, there's a fax from Old Mutual to Arthur Brown from Mr. Barelevitz.
Yes. Did you know Mr. Barelevitz?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And we've been through this before in this case. It ends off by saying at paragraphs at 714, I hope that this document has allayed some of the concerns you have had and that the proposal on the way forward finds favor with you. Did you know anything at the time about Mr. Barelevitz writing to Arthur Brown in terms of this letter?
I can't distinctly recall it. I would have expected a response from the Old Mutual Group because of the allegations made in the letter that I signed and sent a few days before. I do distinctly recall having been involved in a meeting, and I cannot recall whether it was digital and whether it was in person, with someone, 2 gentlemen from Old Mutual who attended and attempted to remedy the issues and to save the business, if I can call it that. I recall that, and it would flow from this letter.
Go to 716. Is it up there?
Yes, you're referring to PD 181.
Yes, 182. Yeah, 181. Yes. It's from John T. Gibbs. Do you know who John T. Gibbs was?
Yes, I do. He was the financial manager at Matco. He was part of the sellers team, and he stayed on during the transition and then left afterwards.
That's not what I heard, Mr. Epson. The letter is not from Mr. John T. Gibbs. It's from Mr. Mulder.
Can you scroll down, milady, to at 716? It's in the middle of the page.
I see. Let me just see. All right. So the email of the 22nd, I see. Right. Yes.
And it's sent from John T. Gibbs to Brown, Mulder, Schauberg, Tucker, Maddock, yourself, Linda.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's the subject is concern. Hi all, as discussed with Palmer yesterday. Investability is currently set up to recognize symmetry investments and cash in the bank at certain accounts in Mercantile Lisbon Bank, Standard Bank, and Investec. Just tell us briefly, what is investability?
To my best recollection, my lady, that was a software system that gives us a bird's eye view of what investments are where. Because you always had to carry some money in cash, and the cash wouldn't have been with Old Mutual necessarily, who invested in unit trust, so it's more medium to long-term investment. But you always needed cash for the daily payouts and terminations and expenses that you needed to process. And that would have been in banks.
You carried the float.
Yes, we carried a float, and it needed to be a significant one. You could predict it well in advance, and John T. Gibbs would do the calculations, and the software would predict that we would need X amount in cash, so you would start freeing up the Old Mutual investments, to a proportion of it, so that you could relay it into cash. So you always had cash in 2 or 3 bank accounts at the recognized banks.
Right. This is 22nd October, and in the second paragraph, or third one, John T. Gibbs says, this morning I've learned that the cash at Investec is no longer there. So as it stands right now, Investability is telling me that Matco Trust owes 52,000 children money, but Matco does not have the cash to back that liability, and Matco Trust is not earning a return on this cash. Can you tell your ladyship what you know about this email which was addressed to you?
Yes, it's clearly an express of grave concern by the person with the most intimate knowledge of the system running the finances and reporting on the finances of Matco. We inherited John T, and he had to balance the transfer of finance function to Cape Town to the finance Fidentia group. So when he expressed this, probably slightly dramatized, it wouldn't have been all the 52,000 children affected. You would probably have 1,000 that would need cash outflow immediately. But the fact here is, and I think it was acknowledged as him expressing grave concern, and it was tweeted directly in Cape Town by the Fidentia group. I recall having had a discussion with the seniors there and them assuring us it's a problem with the software, with linking, and it'll be fixed, don't worry. And subsequent to this email, it seemed to have been addressed or fixed because the issue didn't linger along much further.
Milady, I've got a few more documents to refer Mr. Milan to, and I'm feeling a bit somewhat under pressure and rushing it so that we finish. And I don't mind carrying on, but through lunch, if it suits everybody else. But perhaps we should take the adjournment. These are important matters that I have to deal with through Mr. Milan.
Mr. Bam?
Melody, I'm in your ladyship's hands. I certainly have no difficulty if my learned friend completed his evidence in chief. So we can take a short break. I can just collate my notes so that the cross-examination goes through fairly quickly. It seems to me that, as presently advised, if I'm given that 15, 20 minutes to do that when we take the lunch break, I would, properly structured, be able to limit my cross-examination to 15, 20 minutes, if as long as that.
I don't confine you. I think Mr. Milan is mute and everybody mute so that I can speak without feedback. I don't want to confine anybody. When I asked us to sit a little bit longer, I thought Mr. Epstein would finish in maybe 30 minutes or so. It's not advisable for us to proceed because we've been sitting for longer than an hour and a half. I think it's appropriate to take an adjournment now and have a shorter lunch. And so we are going to adjourn and convene again at 2. And after he's finished his evidence in chief, then we will adjourn again, maybe for about 15 minutes or so to allow you time, and we resume thereafter. So it's appropriate for us to adjourn now for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Milady.
to start? You're still under oath.
Mr. Milan, we've had a change in presenter, and you now have you intend to follow the presenter? Thank you. So at 716 is where we were, 009716. We dealt with the email from John T. Gibbs to yourself and others. You've spoken about investability and the fact that he was concerned that cash is no longer there. And then it says, as it stands right now, investability is telling me that Matco Trust owes 52,000 children money, but Matco does not have the cash to back that liability, and Matco Trust is not earning a return on this cash. So I want to deal with the question of the beneficiaries and the children. He says there are 52,000 children for whom this money is a trust. Were there any other beneficiaries other than children?
No, my lady, if I could put it into context, the legislation that allows for this pension fund trust structure, it is designed for minors. So by definition, all of the beneficiaries should have been children, minors. What made it a little bit more challenging is that the parents or caregivers were unsophisticated people, mostly. Not all, but mostly, because the bulk came from mine workers' families. There were maybe 10, all in all, beneficiaries that may have been older than 21 years of age. They were out of the ordinary scope of things and actually required a curator to be appointed for them. They would have been people with mental illnesses and stuff like that. But they were few and far between and listed separately. Within the whole of the Matco book or portfolio, there were, give or take at that point in time, 52,000 beneficiaries. And they had varying numbers of or amounts credited to them. It depended how many they were and how long the deceased parent had worked at the employer and what benefit he had accrued, and whether there was spouses that were given money or other people. And then the money that would have gone to the minor children would have vested into one of these trust funds like a Matco.
So as far as you know, what, just generally speaking, what were the needs of these children?
These were day-to-day staying alive needs. We processed. We had peak seasons. It's when the children had to go to school. You had to pay school fees, because in the neighboring countries like Lesotho, they would not exempt them from school fees, like we have fee-free schools in South Africa. We had school clothes like shoes, and sometimes there wouldn't be enough money to the credit of a child for a set of shoes. It would have been doctor's fees if they had to go to doctors for special treatment. It could have been funding to go to university, because you would reach university age before becoming 21. It could be, it eventually ended up being very sensitive and intricate, because things like house cleansing ceremony in a rural family, or a tombstone unveiling for the late deceased mine worker father, would have brought to us requests that seemingly wouldn't be related to a child, but spiritually and psychologically had a great bearing on the child, and we had to engage significantly with the principal officers to get guidance on that. The Act didn't prescribe, didn't give any clarity. So it really boiled down to basics, in as much as there were too little money already left for them.
Yes, if I can put this to you in a leading way, because I think it's obvious, depending on how much money was in each of these trusts, there was not always enough money to meet the needs of these.
Absolutely, yeah, correct.
Can I just ask you this, a bit disjointed from where we were, but can you go to 009787? Are you there?
I see a letter from Mr. Granier at Old Mutual.
Yes, addressed to dear Johan. I wonder if you, for the attention of dear Johan de Jong, I don't know if you would have any knowledge of this, but he's writing on the 29th of October to Mr. de Jong, saying re-outstanding documentation required in terms of FICA. We referred to discussion today as regards the above and advised that in terms of FICA, the following documentation is outstanding. And then he goes to Matco Trust and sets out a copy of the trust deed, copies of ID documents, list of the beneficiaries who have not been named in the trust deed, and how they've been determined, a copy of the CM1 and CM22 for the founder trust, and then under Montadia, he asks again for a copy of the identity document of company manager and authorized signatories, physical address, and should anyone hold 25% more voting rights in the company, please inform and the additional requirements will be communicated. Do you have any knowledge of this?
I can't specifically recall this letter.
And the fact that it's addressed to Mr. Johan de Jong,
it would gel with the fact that he has been the agent representing as an asset manager the Matco Trust in his capacity as the lead person at Fidentia Asset Management. So I would have expected them to, they could have probably asked me the same documents. I would have had to revert to the centralized filing in Cape Town at Fidentia Group, and they would have sent it to Old Mutual directly. In this case, it seems they've asked Mr. de Jong because they were in contact with him, obviously because of the request to release the money, and he's the principal person at Fidentia Asset Management that would receive the transfer funding. And I would have expected at some point then to ask these questions, and I wouldn't have had any worries or reservations. The documentation was readily available, could be here.
And yes, okay. At 009878, there is a message, as it's described, from Johan de Jong to Arthur Brown and copy to Maddock. He states on 29 November 2004, amount received from Old Mutual Trust being the Matco portfolio, 1,130,319,44732. This amount still needs to be confirmed by Ahmed as the full and final settlement on the portfolio. And it's headed from Johan de Jong, Head Asset Management. Does it gel with you that he would have been the person to inform Brown and Maddock of whether all the money had been paid over?
Yeah, he was the head of treasury for the group. And in this case, he also headed the FAM, the Fidentia Asset Management. So he would be the principal person having oversight and having an obligation to inform the client and his principals, I suppose, that this has occurred, particularly because it's a significant amount of money.
Now, you were the trustee of Fidentia, of Matco, at 1043. The letter there from Mr. de Jong describes him as portfolio manager of Fidentia Asset Management. Is that the position you knew him to hold?
I'm missing your question. Please repeat.
If you go to the page that I have.
Are you asking about Mr. de Jong's functional title?
Yes, 1043. He describes himself as portfolio manager, Fidentia Asset Management, at 24 March 2005. Is that the position you knew him to hold?
Yes, probably more so. I would see him as the principal person, the managing director. If not, yeah, and the responsible person in terms of the certification by the FSB. That was always my impression.
Yes, may I have a moment, my lady? No, we don't. Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions for Mr. Milan.
My lady, I'm not going to ask your ladyship to formally stand down. Will your ladyship give me 2 minutes for a quick call with my team, and I'll be back online in 2 minutes.
Should I give you 2 minutes? 5 minutes.
My lady, I mean it when I say 2 minutes. I really do.
I take it.
Thank you.
I take it your word.
Thank you.
Give you 2 minutes.
My lady, I've made the 2 minutes. I'm back.
Cross-examination.
My lady, I have no questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Your excuse.
Thank you, my lady.
I beg your pardon?
It's my understanding, my lady, that I am being excused. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Everybody has questions for you, so you are excused. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady.
The lady, we have one further witness who is Mr. Anderson, and he is in Italy. And we have done our best to make logistical arrangements. We think we've now completed those, and that we can start with him at 10 tomorrow morning. But we have a statement of Anderson, have we sent it? Which we're sending through right now for our learned friends to consider. So it will be sent through in the next few minutes. So may I ask then that we stand down for our last witness till tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.
Fine from our side, my lady. If I can just communicate through you, my learned friend, that once we've gone through the statement, Hilton, I will call you directly just to indicate what our stance is, if you don't mind.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, my lady.
May I add as a caveat, Mr. Anderson is in the boot of Italy somewhere, and he has to travel to a small town where we've spoken to attorneys and they've said that they can help. So it all seems on track, but I just want to reserve the 1% possibility that something may go wrong, but we're doing our best.
My lady, can I say this? I don't want to unnecessarily put anybody through inconvenience. If, and I don't know, I haven't seen the statement, but assuming we get to the stage where if the statement comes and we find nothing contentious in there, and consequently do not want to or don't think there's a need to cross-examine you, we're happy to work on a regime where we say to them that we accept that statement as part of the record as if it was sworn under oath. I'm putting that out on the table. I'll chat with my learned friend later, but that's a possibility that we may want to foreshadow. If my learned friend is fine with that.
And so you are likely to call him later today?
My lady, once he sends it to me, if it's on its way now, I will call my learned friend by latest. How long is the statement? Sorry, my lady, I'm talking through you.
I'll tell you now, it's
Just quickly double check.
as with if I remember, how many? With actions.
No.
24 pages, and the annexes are on case lines.
24-page statement. Case lines and references.
It's true, 24 pages statement, and the case line references are in the statement.
I'll get back to my learned friend between 3:30 and 4 o'clock.
Can my registrar be advised of the position?
Yes, of course. Of course, we'll, in order, assuming it goes in that direction, we'll still have to get together tomorrow morning just to record that, and then there's the case of what Mr. Epstein does with the rest of his case and our case. But we will try to get back to your registrar by 4 o'clock through Mr. Epstein, of course.
As soon as you have agreed, yes.
Thank you very much, my lady.
And otherwise, we adjourn to 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Thank you very much. Hilton, could you ask your attorneys to also directly send the witness statement to me as well, so that I can go into it immediately?
It's on its way.
Thank you very much. Thank you, my lady.
Court is adjourned till tomorrow morning at 10.
It seems for them to do that.